to call the meeting of the village board to order at 7:31 p.m. All trustees are present except for trustee Gudo, who is excused this evening. Has this meeting been publicly noticed? The meeting has been properly noticed and posted according to law. Thank you. Thank you everyone for being here tonight, and thank you in advance for your time, talent, and patience. I'll give you a reminder to speak directly into the microphone so that we can catch it on the recording. And we also have a hybrid format, so there may be members of the public joining us online. Item number 4, special order of business. We have none this evening, so we'll continue to item 5, which is consent agenda. Is there a motion to approve the consent agenda?
So moved. Second.
Motion by trustee Lynn, seconded by trustee Ertzing. Any discussion? Trustee Sweatgrant?
I'd like to pull A as an apple, please.
All right, all those in favor of any other discussions that I missed? I would at this time like to know all those in favor of approving the consent agenda with the exception of 5A. Say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries 6-0. Moving on to item 6, items removed from the consent agenda. That would be 5A, presentation of accounts, November 6, 2023. Trustee Sweatgrant.
I have a question about, I think it's on page 109, under other general administration, professional fees, legal. It's only $325. I believe it's the firm that we have retained in working with the library employment environment. And I'm just looking for some clarity here. As I recall, I just want to encourage us to be as transparent as we can as soon as possible, so that residents know what we're doing with taxpayer money to resolve the issues there. So my understanding is it's about a $325 an hour fee for that firm. So this is only obviously very little, and it was in September before we requested the investigation. So my question is, this is probably related to getting a counsel for staff, which is fine. At what point do we see, or how will we see this separated financially? Because the library board, we directed them to pay for that investigation. And so will none of that come before the board, or how would this be? I'm just looking for process. And if this is not agended correctly for that, then I'll move to approve this, and we can go on and we can have another discussion later. I just didn't know how to read up.
So I guess what I would do is break it down into 2, and 1 is to clarify what the item is, what the line item is. And then second, we can't, if it's a really simple answer about procedure, that's great. Otherwise, I would ask for a follow-up after the meeting and we can.
Articulate.
Yeah, I don't know if it requires board action, or if it's something that does need to be discussed.
Sure. I mean, I think it's a reasonable question based upon the agenda item, if you want an answer. The one thing I was going to add to that is it's the library board is sort of a unique entity in that.
Oh, Nathan, could you talk?
Oh, is that? Oh, there we go. Okay. The green light is not. See, back in person, and I'm already. So the library board is sort of a unique entity in that it's quasi-independent, yet the board holds the power of the purse over that entity, with the budgeting and things like that. So they had originally reached out and had some questions about agendas and closed meetings and open meetings and things like that. And I said, I want to be 100% clear that I report to the village, my allegiance is to the village. And I want to make that point that if there's a dispute that arises between the village and the library board, that's the master that I serve. And there could be, based upon what was going on. It's in the past, it's absolutely perfectly reasonable. I've done things like assist with response to open records request related to the library or the library board. And I've been working with that over the last couple of weeks as well with outside counsel because the request came into the village. But it seemed important based upon, the scenario presented that there be a clear demarcation line. And that's one of the reasons that, they had other counsel. And so, yeah, I mean, in terms of how that's gonna play out and the request to the library board to cover those costs, it's certainly, it's a reasonable question based upon the agenda item.
Could we just confirm what the cost line item was?
Can I just answer the two questions?
Yes.
So we can move on. Number one, this cost came in before the board had requested the library board to pay for investigation and legal fees, so we will be covering that. It's been noted as such. I'm the one who reviews those bills when they do come in, and those moving forward that apply after that date of request will be coded to be funded from the library.
Beginning from the investigation forward.
Correct. And then in addition to that, with a note that I've flagged for the auditors to make sure that we're doing appropriate journal entries at year end to reconcile that in any way possible. We also have on file the motion from the library board, who also agrees to pay from the unassigned fund balance at the library.
So
I'm coding them as they come in and charging them to that unassigned fund balance account.
we won't see that.
That's a good question. That's something we just processed our first one. You don't see it on this list. Because it came in after the cutoff for invoices, but I can verify that. In either case, I'm gonna be tracking it.
Okay, as long as it's, as long as a member of the public can go and look at someone's financials, either ours or theirs, and see the fees, because generally if it's this firm, they're going to know what it's for.
Mhm.
So that's my answer.
Sure,
Okay,
thank you.
Thank you for your question. Make a motion?
I move to approve the presentation of accounts for November 6th, 2023.
Second.
Motion by trustee Stokely, seconded by trustee Lynn. Any discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Motion carried. Next, we have item 7, public hearings, and this evening we have a hearing related to our 2024 proposed budget. This is an annual event. And we have Director Johnson with us this evening. He will present an overview of the budget, and then we will open up the public hearing for the public to speak, close the public hearing, and then move on to our action. And remind me, do we usually take trustee question and comment during the hearing, or do we do that under the resolutions?
Go ahead.
I think you can do it either way. I don't, there's no specific, so we have it agendized as the proposed budget, the public hearing. Oh, yeah, there we go. Okay. So I think the thing to do then is, take the presentation and then open the public hearing and just note the time for the record. And then, if there's any public comment, we can take public comment and then close the public hearing and then move on to any, questions or concerns from the board. And then, discussion, and then when you get to the new business. Because you've got another one on here to actually adopt the budget. So I would do that under 9A.
Okay. So I'll turn it over to Director Johnson. I'm going to ask that we go through the presentation, hold in questions, and then we can go back unless Director Johnson would prefer to take questions as we go.
It's pretty brief.
Okay.
Oh,
All right.
that, yeah. We go to the next slide. All right, budget overview, property tax breakdown, the property tax components, our 5 different tax authorities are listed here. You'll see that the village's tax represents approximately 26% of the total levy there. They'll be marked in orange. For the next slide. Next slide shows a graph here of our municipal tax levy growth over the last 10 years. And then a data picture here for our tax levy increase over the past decade being 1.65%. Our next component to our 2024 tax levy, ALC Our figure for our 2% increase is roughly 12.6 million as proposed. And you'll see, based on an estimate of home being 340,000, that homeowner would pay an estimated $48 increase on a property tax bill due to that increase on debt service. And revenue highlights, property taxes make up about 8.6 million of our tax levy figure. And that'll be about 65% going to the general fund revenues. And then you'll see our next biggest chunk is 16% is made up of our intergovernmental revenues, including state transportation aid, share revenues, and expenditure of straight payments. And here are some expenditure highlights. For 2024, our general fund expenditures increased by roughly 594,000 or 4.7%. Net are financing and uses. Salaries and other staff costs increased about overall 3.9% or 169,000, using a 2024 general 3% cost of living wage adjustment. Other governmental payments increased about 25,000 for a little less than 1% for NSFD and dispense services. And then for other contracts and payments increased about 24,000 or 1.9%. Another graph here shows our monthly cost breakdown for village purposes. In total, you'll see a 202.50, and then you'll see a breakout there of those dollar amounts per section. Next will be our special revenue funds. You'll see library fund as presented. 2024 general operating cost is about 1.1 million or so, which 88% of that is funded by the property tax revenue. And you'll see that that is between 2024 to 2023 includes a levy increase of just about 15,000 or 1.6%. For senior resource center funds, our expenditures are about 228,000, which 53% or 153,000 are funded by property taxes. And Shorewood today, expenditures are about 106,000, with 71% are made up of advertising fees. Next would be our debt service fund. Debt service summary expenditures going to be about 3.7 million. Payments for principal and interest due on our village debt. To note that total amount, about 1.3 of that is TID supported. And our property tax levy for debt this year is going to be about 2.2 million. In 2024, we had a 10% increase from 2023. We have a list here, two lists, I should say, for our capital projects. We try to just stick to the ones that was over 25,000. This year, our 2024 listed projects here, and below are carrying over funded projects. For parking. For parking, we budgeted for 107 operating expenses for making about a 20% increase from 2023. Revenues are based on permit sales under the current fee schedule, largely due to an increase in parking lot maintenance and repairs. Then we have our water utility fund budget. for 2024 being 2.8 million, and operating expenses for about a 6.6% increase. Revenues are based on the sales of about 44,000 CCM. Purchase water from the water works account for about 31% of expenditures, or 707,000. And for our sewer utility fund in 2024, we're looking at about 2.3 million in operating expenses, which is about an 18.6% increase. And MMSD wastewater fees accounts for about 30% of our total expenditures. That is all for our presentation, and we'll be open for questions.
All right, at this time, I'd like to open the public hearing. I'm opening the public hearing at 7:47 PM. At this time, if there are any members of the public who would like to be heard, please raise your hand. If you're in person, you can come to the microphone and give your name and address. If you are joining us virtually, you can raise your hand, and when called upon, share your name and address as well. Right, I am not seeing anyone. But I will keep the public hearing open until 7:48. Thank you. All right, I'm not seeing any members of the public who would like to be heard at this time, so I'll close the public hearing at 7:48. I'd like to say thank you to Director Johnson and congratulations on your first budget presentation. At this time, are there any questions from the trustees? Otherwise, we can also we'll have further discussion under 9A. All right, moving on to citizens to be heard. Are there any citizens to be heard this evening for matters not on the agenda? All right, I'm not seeing any hands or guests asking to be called on. All right, moving on to new business, 9A, consider, oh, you know what, I was going to make a motion to take 9F in advance of the budget discussion, because we have two residents who are here for that matter.
Second.
Okay, thank you. Motion by President McKay to move 9F up in the agenda, seconded by Trustee Stonebrand. All those, any concerns? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Thank you very much. So we will be taking 9F, consider accessible pedestrian signals at North Oakland and East Capitol. This item comes to us from the Works Committee with a unanimous recommendation to approve. Trustee Ursink, is there any additional recap that you want to share? It speaks for itself.
It speaks for itself. It was pretty unanimous, and just after reading through this, it made it's a fantastic sort of opportunity for the village to just keep on improving our pedestrian safety, and this was a pretty quick unanimous decision by our committee.
Would you like to make a motion?
I'd love to make a motion. Thank you. All right, so I move that accessible pedestrian signals be purchased and installed at the intersection of North Oakland Avenue and East Capitol Drive with utilization of ARPA funds.
Second.
Motion by Trustee Ursink, seconded by Trustee Lynn. Any discussion? Trustee Stonebrand?
I don't know if everyone was able to see, but Director Johnson provided an update on the ARPA funding. And it's my understanding that as of today,
Could you come closer to your microphone?
as of today, we have 128,000. And so obviously 12,000. I mean, we haven't made any specific decisions about this, but I would support this from this funding source.
Thank you. I look forward to supporting this. When I was at the League of Wisconsin Municipalities Conference, I did attend an ADA, advanced initiatives, presentation, and came away, you know, inspired to recommit and to, move, just to be more mindful and take more, action in this area. And so I'm very grateful for, the neighbors to bring this forward to us this evening. Yes.
I was going to ask, so if we're going to do this, we're going to redo North Oakland Avenue in 2026. If we spend the 12,000 now, does that save us any money in 2020? No, we'll be redoing the whole thing. So, I mean, not that I want to save it until 2026, but I would just like to know cost wise. Would,
It's going to be more expensive in 2026, right?
will be to pay for it, right?
The Oakland Avenue intersection is not a part of the 2026 Oakland Avenue.
And also, I mean, North Oakland Avenue, we can use TID money.
Thank you.
Never mind, thank you.
All right, any further discussion? With that, then I would like to do a roll call vote.
Trustee Morvaldo,
Yes.
President McKay,
Yes.
Trustee Land,
Aye.
Trustee Stokbrand,
Aye.
Trustee Ursink,
Yes.
Trustee Hargrove.
Aye.
Motion carried 6-0.
Thank you. So thank you very much and thanks for being here this evening.
Thank you.
Awesome. All right, so moving back in the agenda to 9A, which is to consider resolution 2023-21, a resolution adopting the 2024 budget and authorizing the 2023 general property tax levy against all taxable property in the village of Shorewood. I'm going to open this for discussion. I would also take a motion or any clarifying questions for the staff.
I can make the motion.
Okay.
Well, we're just gonna read it.
I don't think you need to read the resolution.
Or do I read, motion to approve the resolution or so such as. Okay. Sorry. I should know that better. I move to approve resolution number 2023-21. Should I read the text?
A resolution.
A resolution adopting the 2024 budget and authorizing the 2023 general property tax levy against all taxable property in the village of Shorewood.
Second.
Any discussion? Yes, trustee Children.
I would just like to thank George again, and I would like to thank my committee members, trustee Ardorfer and trustee Kudo. It's not easy work. I'm willing to support this. I have concerns that we got so much shared revenue from the state this year, which was just, you know, a huge gift. I shouldn't call it a gift. It's our money. Well, we got a lot back this year, and I was grateful to see that. I'm sorry we're not staying below the 10-year average. And I think we do have a lot of work to do going forward. I don't know, looking back at the North Shore Fire Department memo from Chief Whitaker, you know, they have, it looked like budgeting, we are going to need to budget beginning in 2026, about $250,000 a year for equipment. I think that's what was part of that proposal. And of course, we have our own costs, and we're looking at the street lights and the public works site. And so I think it's going to take a lot of diligence and hard work and some pretty sharp pencils in 2024. But I'm committed to continuing to, you know, maintain the debt service that boards before me approved. I am concerned what I'm going to do to future boards if we continue to increase the debt load. I am worried. When we did the survey of our employees, one of their biggest concerns was wages. It was really the top concern. And my concern is that if we continue to, we doubled our debt limit, our allocation from the tax levy for debt from 5% to 10%. And I'm worried about what we're going to do to ourselves in the future for being able to fund employee raises and benefits. And so that will be my approach going into 2025, but I will support this budget. Thank you.
Thank you.
I think I would just add, thank you for all your diligent work on the budget this year. It's very helpful to me and I appreciate it all you on the budget committee. So thank you.
Yeah, just like to echo, trustee Lynn's remarks. Thanks for all the hard work on this, trustee Stilsner.
One more person with praise for trustee Joe Brain leadership and my committee work on this because I know it was a lot.
She doesn't know when the committee meeting starts.
I mean, and I'd say DPW was very, it's a very engaging meeting we're having about DPW, so I don't blame you. But thank you, trustee Sofran, and all your hard work here. Your attention to detail is very much, noted, and I think it's very helpful to have somebody like you on board that is looking at those details, regardless of the importance of the minutia of the detail. You're there, you're looking at it, and it's very, very helpful to have that on the board. So thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you for your leadership. I think this is a really strong budget and we are accomplishing a lot with it. So thank you very much for your leadership on that. All right, with that, this will be a roll call vote. Trustee Land,
Aye.
Trustee Ursink.
Aye.
President McKay. Aye. Trustee Marvado.
Yes.
Trustee Arnhofer.
Aye.
Trustee Stokbrand.
Aye.
Motion carried 6-0.
Thank you very much. 9B, resolution 2023-22 to carry forward allowable prior year unused levy capacity. I, for one, am thankful that we have levy capacity to move forward. Not everybody does, which I hear at ICC all the time. Trustee Sofran.
If you're ready for a motion.
Yes.
I move to approve resolution 2023-22, a resolution authorizing the carry forward of allowable prior year unused levy capacity.
Second.
Motion by trustee Sofran, seconded by trustee Arnhofer. Any discussion? Hearing none, this will be a roll call vote.
Trustee Marvado.
Yes.
Oh, I'm so sorry. I see a hand there. Barbara Miller. Did you want to
Hi,
speak?
I just wanted to let you know that your finance director must still have his screen sharing on. So at home, all we see is a black screen. We can't really see the board meeting.
Okay,
Thank you.
thank you.
Or you can hear it.
You can hear it clearly. So, roll call vote, please.
Trustee Marvado.
Yes.
Trustee Arnhofer.
Aye.
President McKay. Aye. Trustee Ursink.
Aye.
Trustee Land.
Aye.
Trustee Stokbrand.
Aye.
Motion carried 6-0. I'm sure you all, did we make a change to our ordinance that we can take these resolutions all together? Or is these are the ones that we have to take separately?
I believe these are the ones we do take separately.
Okay, thanks. That makes sense. Item 9D, resolution 2023-24, special assessments for private laterals. Oh, I'm sorry, 9C, resolution 2023-23, delinquent municipal charges. Any discussion or motion?
I move to approve resolution 2023-24, a resolution authorizing a special assessment for the cost of replacement of private lead service laterals to be levied against each lot affected for the year 2023.
Second, but with a friendly amendment, I believe it's 2023-23 for this one.
I think you read the one, I think you're on the delinquent charges one. That's,
Oh.
so you want to just withdraw and start over?
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, so guys. All right, so I'm, start that again. I move, resolution 2023-23, a resolution authorizing a special assessment to be levied for delinquent municipal charges.
Second.
Great, we have a motion by trustee Ursink, seconded by trustee Lynn. Any discussion? Hearing none, this will be a roll call vote.
Trustee Sokran.
Aye.
Trustee Marvado.
Aye.
Trustee Laren.
Aye.
President McKay.
Aye.
Trustee Arnhofer.
Aye.
Trustee Ursink.
Aye.
Motion carried 6-0.
Right, now it's 9D, resolution 2023-24, special assessments for private laterals. Questions or a motion? Trustee Pearson?
I'll try it again.
Yes.
All right, so I move resolution 2023-24. A resolution authorizing a special assessment for the cost of replacement of private lead service laterals to be levied against each lot affected for the year 2023.
Second.
A motion by trustee Ursink, seconded by trustee Arndorfer. Any discussion?
So I just want to make sure I understand. This is so people who had their lead laterals replaced this year will be billed for it.
No, so they're,
Record.
this is for people who have previously replaced their lateral, and so they're being special assessed. People who had their lateral replaced this year in conjunction with our new policy for lead service lines, will have that expense placed over their water and sewer bill in the next consecutive 12 billing periods, starting in February of 2024.
And so again, this is for people who have previously had it done. They'll get a one big bill, or will it be divided up?
Divided up over a series of years. Thank you.
Any other questions or discussion? Hearing none, so your roll call vote. President McKay? Yes. Trustee Lynn?
Aye.
Trustee Moravato? Yeah. Trustee Ursink?
Yes.
Trustee Stokbrand?
Aye.
Trustee Arndorfer?
Aye.
Motion carries 6-0. Thank you. Moving on to 9E, resolution 2023-25, the Business Improvement District Operating Plan and Assessments. This item comes to us every year. Are there any questions or is there a motion? Okay.
I move to approve resolution number 2023-25, a resolution approving the Shorewood Business Improvement District 2024 operating plan and the 2023 special assessment levy.
Second.
All right, motion by trustee Morvaldo, seconded by trustee Ursink. Any discussion? I'll just take this opportunity to say I appreciate our business improvement district, the board, the hard work of the staff, and all the events and amplification of the benefits of our district moving forward. And I also appreciate the businesses being willing to tax themselves to make those things possible.
Well said.
Okay. All right, hearing no further discussion, this will be a roll call vote as well. Trustee Arndorfer?
Aye.
Trustee Morvaldo?
Yes.
President McKay? Yes. Trustee Ursink?
Yes.
Trustee Lynn?
Aye.
Trustee Stokbrand?
Aye.
Motion carries 6-0. All right, and with that action, it concludes all of the action required to adopt the 2024 budget. Thank you very much for all of your hard work and attention. Moving on to 9G, consider Edgewood traffic and parking request recommendation. This item comes to us from the Public Works Director, and this came to us from Public Works Committee last time, with a recommendation to approve. Is there anyone who would like to provide an update from that committee?
You know, I think there was just robust conversation. I mean, like I said, we are, Edgewood right now is going through a lot of changes as the whole community, as the whole village. We're always looking to make improvements. This board has always been focused on pedestrian safety, bike and ped safety, I should say, as well as trying to make life easier for the residents in these neighborhoods, trying to keep parking. So we're trying to balance so many different factors going into the decision that we make when it comes to requests like this. There were requests that I think were very easy fixes, and then there was much more in-depth conversations that we had at the board level, things that we can and cannot do, things that we're going to keep discussing, but I think overall we we noted that, definitely, more signage on Edgewood is probably the most appropriate sort of action that we took out of all of this, out of the conversations, at this time. So
And so it seems that the one item that came out of committee that requires village board action at this time is the purchase of a radar speed sign, which is included in this memo. And so if anyone of the committee would like to make a motion at this time, I would take that.
I only have one clarifying question, and this may be for Christmas, but this is gonna go on our side of the street, correct? So turning up off of Lake Drive is where you're gonna hit it. Is Milwaukee gonna do the same thing, or can we ask them to do the same thing? But I would want Milwaukee to do it on the other end.
Right. You are correct. I don't have an answer yet. Reaching out to city staff to ask them to review that request. But I don't have an update for you on that this evening.
I mean, in the past, when we've done something, they come do it a little bit later, and that's totally fine, but I just think as long as you're asking, I really appreciate that.
And if you don't get a response, I'm happy to reach out to Alderman Brostoff. I actually just saw him and we had a very good discussion about advisory bike lanes and the project. Trustee Stover.
Do we have this be somewhere else in?
Yes, we have, there, I believe there's one on Capitol Drive. I know there is one on Morris Boulevard, directly across from the intermediate school.
Where is it on Capitol?
Thought there was one across from the high school, so I could be mistaken.
There's one that flashes us.
Eastbound or westbound?
East, not
I
sure.
remember it correctly.
So we only have 2 right now. And they're solar powered?
They are solar powered. I'm gonna say I'll get back to you on the exact number that we have. I'm doing that off the top of my head. That may not be correct.
question about this motion. So we're discussing the possibility of purchasing and installing the radar speed sign,
Mhm.
as well as the 25 mph signs at the different locations, or is it?
Already.
Those have already been,
Required board action?
yeah, that's right.
So we did install 2 additional signs. I mentioned at our last meeting that we would install as many stock signs as we had. In fact, we did not have any 25-mile-an-hour signs in stock. So we did order 2 of them, which brings the total on that stretch to 5. If it's the board's desire that we have 1 on every block, then we will need to order a handful more. Then I would just ask that you include the authorization of those funds with the radar speed sign if you choose to do that.
I personally feel 5 is enough, but I'd be open to other comments from the trustees. And just speaking as the chair from Department of Public Works.
The 5 are all westbound, right, on our side, yeah.
Correct. And when I had that conversation with city staff, that's also a part of it. It's just a request that they review their sign placement.
And so does the 5 include this radar sign? And so it's 6. Oh,
There's 5 standard signs and 1 radar
speeds.
speeds.
And it'll be 1 radar. And how many blocks are there? Shepherd. No.
It's 8 to 10,
It says 10 in the memo.
10, I'm sorry.
but some of them are short,
It's a short.
the short ends. Most of them are the short ends of the block.
Where would, any ideas where we put the radar sign? Somewhere in the middle?
I'd be perfectly happy with any suggestions on that. I think certainly we don't want to put it too close to Edgewood Avenue because cars have not gotten up to speed, at that point. You have a stop sign at Downer, so you don't want to probably put it on the immediate west side of Downer. So we just kind of have to think about where we think cars are reaching a speed that we want to, make sure that they understand.
Yeah, and I'm also wondering if the police department with, if there is a best practice. And it's also possible that the neighbor who's present this evening would have an opinion about that as well. Trustee Dobrian.
I would just think that, like, if you're northbound on Lake or southbound, doesn't matter, and you need to turn to go westbound on Edgewood, I would think you'd want that flashing sign as soon as possible. Because that's when you're at your speed, you just made the turn and you think because you avoided traffic on Lake Drive and you're good to go. And I think that'd be a good time to see the sign that reminds you of the speed.
I guess I would, I'll take additional comment, but I'm just gonna caution that none of us, you know, I like giving feedback. But I guess I'm gonna ask that you take the feedback and consult with the police chief. And perhaps Director Jogger or whatever. Against what we've done in the past, or how that's been determined. Trustee Lynn?
Yeah, I would just concur. I did several years ago, before I moved to the village over Quebec ago, lived on Edgewood, east of, on the Milwaukee side, east of Downer. And that little strip, they get going pretty quick, and then they hit that stop sign, you know, usually sitting on the brakes. But then it gets so much busier after that, that has that natural kind of slowing down effect. I would err on that side, but of course, see what, you know, the police department says, so
East of Downer.
that's where I would err on it, but.
Mr. Morris,
Yeah.
if you can come up and do the whole rigmarole with your name and your address.
Jeff Morris, 3501 North Shepherd. So I live right on Edgewood, just west of Shepherd. And I agree with that. I mean, cars are up to speed by the time I get to my house.
So we
So
like,
I would think a good placement would be maybe just shy of the intersection of Edgewood and Shepherd. Because I think it, you know, just as I've looked at these signs now, it's nice if what they do is, and I don't know about this particular signs, but I've seen some of them. They monitor your speed, and if it hits 26, it says slow down. And it gets your attention, and I don't know when you installed those additional signs, but I apologize, because but it sort of speaks to the problem that we had. When I wrote my initial complaint way back when, I said the first time I saw a sign was as Sandy was kind of pointing out. At some point, there is a sign that's like right west of the first driveway, but it's placed, it's on the streets, it's on the street light, and so it's sort of back over. And it's almost like you have to look and sort of, and I don't know how long it's been, if it's been there for years, it hasn't done much to slow down the traffic. And that, so I think having one of these signs that really gets your attention, it says, yeah, you're going 26, slow down. Hopefully that'll do something.
thank you.
I agree.
All right, so I think you've had, you know, some direction there. Wonderful. All right, is there a motion?
So I move approval of the purchase of a radar speed sign to be installed on the north side at East Edgewood Avenue at the cost of $3,300 using available ARPA funding.
Second.
Any further discussion? Yes, Trustee
I'm
Johnson.
just wondering, do you know, is there a back order on these kinds of things? Do we have a chance of getting it in a month, 6 months?
They did not indicate any type of back order on the report that they provided.
So it's typical shipping.
6 to 8 weeks usually.
Yes, Trustee Thurston.
I was just wondering if I needed to add anything about consulting with the police department, or is that just?
I think I'm fine. Thank you for asking. All right, if there's no further discussion, does this need to be a roll call vote? No, okay, all those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries 6-0. Thank you, Mr. Morris.
Thank you.
All right. We have one more item of new business, 9H, consider an appointment to the library board. This item came to us from JPL from earlier this evening. And so I would at this time ask the chair of JPL to share the recommendation for an appointment to the library board and then for the board to consider.
Great, thank you. So earlier this evening, we had a robust conversation on this topic of appointing someone to fill the vacancy on the library board. As we all noted in the committee meeting, I want to reiterate here, we had an incredibly talented pool of applicants, any of whom would, make the community proud and be an asset to the library board in the village. So it was a difficult decision for us, knowing that we had so many talented people who raised their hand to serve, and we're very grateful for that. After, some conversation about the kinds of, experience and qualifications that would be the most helpful at this time, we came to, some agreement, not unanimous, but some agreement that Patrick Linane would be the right choice at this time to fill this vacancy.
Wonderful. So with that, was there a motion?
So did you want to say
I
something?
would just like to add, we felt very fortunate that we had so many good applicants. It's a tough decision to make. I think this position is unique and this vacancy specifically is unique. And I just wanted to encourage, all the applicants who applied. There was very little indication on the applications received that they'd be interested in serving on other boards and committees. And I would just extend again to the public, if you didn't get picked for this board, if you're interested, there are other opportunities to serve the community, and we certainly welcome all of these individuals' talents to the village government in any capacity. I think, sir.
And also noted that there will be additional vacancies on the library board in coming months. So we'll, come back to this pool of applicants and, potentially others, and, have another difficult decision, but really appreciate that so many people put themselves forward to be considered here.
Thank you. Yes, Attorney Beer.
I just had a quick procedural suggestion. Since the ordinance, which is 353, says that the members shall be appointed technically by the village president with an approval of the village board, I would just suggest that you move to now essentially nominate someone and then ask for a motion to approve the appointment.
Okay, thank you. I would like to make a motion to, first of all, I'd just like to say thank you to the JPL committee for doing the work to bring this forward. I support your recommendation, and I would like to make a motion to nominate Patrick Linane to the vacant position on the library board at this time.
I'll second that.
All right, so we have a motion to nominate with a second from trustee Mark Baldoff. Any discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
And I make a motion to affirm the, actually, maybe I don't need,
I think that covers it, because you were essentially the nominating or appointing person.
okay,
6 of one, half a dozen, half a dozen of the other.
thank you very much. All right. So moving on, that concludes new business for this evening. That brings us to reports of village officials. 10A, village president. Item 1, we have some thank you notes for the CC Phase 1 project neighbors, and would appreciate all your signatures.
We're actually going to be doing it at the next meeting because trustee Kudo will be here.
Yes, so we are actually going to be doing that at the next meeting, not tonight. So please be here and bring a pen. At the ICC meeting last week, we adopted a resolution to, we Mayor McBride from Wauwatosa brought forward a resolution requesting the state to approve legislation to remove racial covenants from property deeds. It is similar to the resolution that we passed, just denouncing them, but the state is circulating, there is a bill circulating to remove racial covenants to provide a mechanism at the state level to do this. And so the ICC approves the resolution unanimously. We can send around an approved copy of that, so you have, and we'll link it in the minutes perhaps. In addition to that, I just wanted to share that it is that time of year when your term is up in April that you start beginning to think about whether to consider a second term. I am definitely considering a second term. I didn't anticipate that when I ran for president. However, the work that we're doing, we have more work to do. We're a good board. We get things done. We reflect all opinions from the community. You have pushed me to be a better leader. And so I feel more skilled and more energized than ever. And so I am ready, willing, and able to seek a second term. But I'm going to start that process by reaching out to all of you to do a temperature check of how you think we're doing, what we can improve on, what you want to work on in the next 3 years. And it could be that, and I'm also going to reach out to other community stakeholders as well. It is likely that I'll find a second candidate through that process. And that's always a good thing for a community. It's very healthy to have a contested election. And if it is, a colleague that wants to run as well, then we will do that. And my commitment is to not have it tear up the board. I've been through that before and I'm not interested in it. But we can have a healthy process. So I just wanted to let everyone know that. And so I'll be reaching out and either for a call or coffee or beer. And we'll go from there. And you don't have to wait for me, you can reach out to me. So that concludes my report. Moving on to village trustees. You can provide a report from the community or provide committee updates that you are a liaison to or a member of.
Just want to say congratulations to the village here for the updates and the lobby. I think everything, looks fantastic, and I'm just happy to be back with all you lovely humans here in Village Hall.
Wanted to say it's slipped by earlier when we were talking about the library board. Just want to thank Jake, for the work on that. I know there was a lot to do. I appreciate that he got this quicker than they might have been scheduled to do. And based on some ways we're looking at it, and I think, I would agree. I think the new library board member is the right person at this point in time. So thank you for all the work on that.
I forgot another report. I did have the opportunity to meet with John Schmucker, the acting library board president. We went over the ways in which the library board and the village board can work together and the ways that we need and want to be separate. It was a really positive discussion, and he's really looking forward to, in the next 30 days, getting all 3 new members up to speed. There's a lot for new members to learn and a lot of work to do. And so he appreciated knowing that we're here to support, to share resources where appropriate, and also to support them acting independently as they will continue to do. So just that report. And thank you to Trustee Moore-Baldoff for communicating with him around the library board applicant consideration to get his input as well. Okay, other Trustee Jokeren.
Yeah, on a similar note about the library, I just would like the residents to know that if it seems that things are not moving fast enough with the library, I'm trying to keep in mind that the problems didn't develop in 1 or 2 weeks. Problems developed over months And so as much as we would all like to make things better immediately, sometimes a more deliberative process when things have been to this level of turmoil. I would rather err on the side of being careful and cautious and deliberative than acting too quickly. And so I just would ask for patience.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good for us all to remember. All right, any other reports? All right, hearing none, village manager?
It's that time of year again where we have the joint candidate forum scheduled with the Shorewood School District. So that's going to take place just prior to our meeting on December 4th in the lower level of Village Center. So that notice has been posted and provided to the school district. So we can share that, as I ask every year. If there could be a couple of trustees from our board who can be available for questions or comments. Toya as well will be there, being able to answer any questions related to the village's election and our process. But we'd like to have two people who can just really speak to how it is to fulfill the role as a trustee and different questions that potential candidates may have.
Actually, there's a fair housing meeting going on. That's gonna take us more. It's called the program room of the library, so we want the library straight up. Yes,
I'd be happy to be in attendance and answer questions and have a candid conversation about what it's like running and being on board.
Okay, thank you.
I should be able to.
Okay, thank you. Great. I don't have to follow up to see who can attend. Thank you. I appreciate that. You're all welcome, but it's nice to know that there's a commitment from at least a couple.
Well,
That's why I wrote your names down, because I as well would also like a reminder, right? So you can anticipate hearing from me prior to that. Also included in your packet is the Q3 work plan update. It should be noted that there's one future agenda item of consideration that have been taken off the list. And that is the reconsidering joining the Wisconsin Local Government Climate Coalition. We've accomplished that task, so I think it was just an oversight to not remove that. Now that the budget is approved, now we'll be turning around to 2024, and I'll be requesting department heads to list out and think more closely about the timing of different items and how they're scheduled throughout the course of the 2024 year. And that concludes, yeah.
Just curious about the two ARPA fund things. One was digital records for property, how that's going, and then the other one was for minutes and.
Minutes, ordinances, and resolutions are done. That's complete. And
We go online and click, you know.
yes, and we're actually going to be launching an article with not this next feature, but the following Shorewood Today, and a web page that will actually talk you through, both the property records, which are in the process of being scanned. I want to congratulate planning and development for actually getting through all of the files between all of the different offices within our buildings. It literally took a village. And many different people from our staff, and Toya also provided the assistance from the clerk's office as well to help go through those files. So we're awaiting our second shipment off on those plans to the firm that we're having digitize. And the goal for us is to do one large announcement because they'll be accessed differently. So we want to provide some instructions and do some QA, QC before we get to that point. But making a lot of progress. This building has definitely gone through some needed refresh because those records have been mixed up for over 100 years.
So they still will be stored in the basement
Correct.
in organized fashion,
Correct.
and how will they not be a fire hazard? Can you just Yeah, sprinkler system and hope for the best, but everything is digitized, so if something is flooded or fire, we have a back.
Correct.
And so the access to minutes will happen much more quickly than access to property, like home improvement files, so.
Correct. Thank you for allowing me to provide an update.
I saw Karen Jahar coming out of the basement, the historical society, and she was beaming. She says she goes down there like on rainy days just to, because it's so bright. And so just that refresh of the historical society, absolutely amazing. All right, future items of consideration. We have one. So we received this request for street renaming from Jerry Harrison's manager or promotion agency. I am a fan of Jerry Harrison and the Talking Heads. And
This is very exciting.
it is very exciting, although at the same time, we have a lot of famous residents. So I did not want to make the decision on my own and thought, I would just bring it to the board to see if this is a concept, just a, I guess an initiative that we're interested in, full knowing that it could lead to other requests and decisions. So I think the first item would be to just consider whether we want to, I guess I would ask the board, are you interested in any street renaming ordinance? Because currently we don't have anything in place that provides guidance. And not make it about a single person at this time.
I'd be interested in exploring what we would need to do to change the street name. And I'd be interested in kind of the levels that we could go with that. Can we do like,
A block.
or like an old world Third Street,
Right.
still Third Street,
Right.
like that type of thing. I'd be very interested in what the range of possibilities are there.
Just your thing.
I'd definitely be in favor of exploring. I think it's always fantastic when you can celebrate, the people from this community and the great things they've done. So we definitely entertain this. It'd be even better if it was like we could have the unveiling during the feast and the Talking Heads could play during the next year's feast.
We'll keep it in mind.
Okay, talking good.
But yeah, I'd be in favor of exploring the conversation to see what it takes to get to the point where we can make these decisions.
You're gonna need a Zucker way too.
I know, exactly. Request, like, trustee Jobrian.
I'm also a Talking Heads fan. But I honestly, I can't not see us asking staff to spend the time on this. Not a favorite of mine, but William Rehnquist, I mean, where do you start, where do you stop, and how much does it cost? So, I understand you're a marketing executive. And so it probably would really get some hits, I'm guessing, online for Mr. Harris. To have a street renamed, but in the role as a municipal government, I can't see myself with all the things that our staff has on its plate right now. I can't support it.
Thank you. Yes, Manager Paul.
So just want to clarify, if the board were to move forward, I'd want to hear from you which committee this should be, if it is even something that does move forward. And also have the clear understanding that this is not something that's programmed right now. So depending on which committee it goes to, that staff liaison is going to have to think about when that process and research can be accomplished.
Exactly, so there would be a considerable.
Correct. So it's, right, I mean, in general, so I haven't had an opportunity to get that feedback, right? Because we haven't gone to a point where, it could not move forward. So just kind of getting that understanding.
Yeah, thanks for that clarification. It would follow the same, there is not a time sensitivity with this, there is no urgency. And we have many other initiatives that have been online, in the queue longer than this. So it would not, rise to the top of any agenda. What's your thing?
Can I suggest, this sounds perfect for special initiatives,
Strategic.
strategic initiatives?
I think it's in business relations, I thought, but it could be community safety or public safety. Anyway, before committee, assignments, you know, we need to have a motion to even decide for it to go to committee. So anyway, trustee Lynn, you look like you're about to speak.
I'm thinking, yeah, I mean, this is not a big rush, obviously, certainly not gonna postpone anything. If we send it, I'd be in favor of sending it to a committee with that committee at some point, just exploring kind of the things that we said. Can we even do this?
Right.
Is really the question, and how would we do it? And if we can, then we can at a very way later date decide who we want to do it for, which I'm certainly in favor of Mr. Harrison, but that's a personal choice. With that, I'd be happy if the strategic initiatives, you know, added this at some point with the clear guideline that like, this is a low priority.
If that were the sentiment, then I would suggest that you consider within your initiatives for 2025.
Sure. That makes perfect sense. I would make a motion to consider it in 2025 or.
We'd say, to put it on, consider it as an initiative for 2025. So basically it kind of puts it in the queue for that process, which occurs typically in May. And then we'd see how it fares, if it's a priority ranking at that time.
Sure. Well, I would move to consider a street renaming procedure for 2025.
The policy. Street renaming.
Street renaming policy for 2025.
For a certain board, does that need to go on there or committee?
No, we'll talk, if it would fare through in the initiative process, then we would talk about that then.
Thanks for asking. Okay, is there a second?
Second.
All right, motion by trustee Lynn, second by trustee Ursink. Any further discussion? Yes, trustee Stokely.
I'd be in favor of having a Jerry Harrison Day. We could do, you know, on his next big birthday, we could do Jerry Harrison Day, save a lot of money, but he would get recognition in the village. He could get the hits on social media the same night.
Proclamation.
Great. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed?
Nay.
Motion carries 5-1. All right, thank you for your time, talent, and patience. As I said, motion to adjourn.
So moved.
All right, motion by trustee Ursink, seconded by trustee Lynn. Any objections? Hearing none, we are now adjourned at 8:38 p.m.